Hello! My goodness, I'm so late to my own stream. We're here! An Ace Attorney! Welcome! We are fighting Dracula. Or at least that's where we left off. We'll see how that goes. Oh boy, I'm so sorry for the delay. My microphone just likes to stop working right before stream for no reason. I think it doesn't like Streamlabs. But too bad for it, I don't think I'll be changing software anytime soon. But we back at it again. We're gonna get the leprechaun off of the murder charge, by God. Hopefully. Actually, I'm not sure if I even want to be defending Mr. McGilded, honestly. After everything we've seen of him and how he's like a terrible, nasty loan shark, but we have to for our honor. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you're attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind. Yes, we are fighting the Chuny Dracula. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, he ripped off his cape, and then he had a very nice, strange uniform underneath. Also, he crushed a wine glass in his hands. So that was something. That was weird. I believe the judge is talking to the driver, because the very last thing we saw, I believe, was the jury figuring out that the math didn't add up, because it was 4 pence a person in the omnibus, and if it's 4 people times 4 pence per person, it should only have been 16. And the driver said that he got 20 pence that night. I forgot his name was Beppo. Oh, mi Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. And the loan shark thing is the Dracula's allegations. We don't know that for sure yet. Ryunosuke has been accused of being a murderer, and the Russian allegations are meaningless. Yes, but I think it's pretty well known, considering we got a piece of evidence. Let me see if I can find it. He has a ledger. People who borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest includes the victims who owed 20 guineas. We kind of know that he is a loan shark. Also, he kind of slimy. Various misgivings. I only could carry 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Ah, that's what I thought had happened. So he just charged them all 1 pence extra. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGill stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. There's not a lot to do with that. Console, make sense of this for me, please. Ah, there he is. There's the Chuny. The phantom 5th passenger, conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend, never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's silly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? Yes. It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor onto our entire guild. Let me move this up here so it's can see it. There. Wait. Hold on. Technical difficulty. Why is this snap? Don't snap. Don't snap. Dang it. Apologies. I'm fighting with Streamlabs. It doesn't just want to sit here. It has to snap. Whatever. It's there. It's sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. I didn't think this one through. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Big brain move. Maybe. There. Maybe that will help. There you go. First, if I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. But 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. Oh, Susato, multiplication never changes. Or at least that's what I was told. Way back in elementary school, 1,000,000 years ago. No, that figures. Oh my god, he has like a little braids on the right side of his head. Susato is also bad at counting. Susato out here trying her best. I think she knows law better than Ryunosuke though. So she's got that. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Ryunosuke, you have to look confident when you say these things, but he doesn't. He becomes bug-eyed again. Cross-examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but... Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Well, it's hard because I don't want to press every single statement anymore since, you know, it turned out so bad the first time. You filled us on the fare, and I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. We'll just go through it once, and then we'll pick what we want to press or not. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man well, this one I think we should press, actually. It just makes more sense, I think. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for? It's black and white, the man is guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. I also wish I could work out what it was. Because what does this mean? What's this supposed to mean? He stabbed him, he did, I think so. This is also something we should press because he didn't see him stab him again. That was like the whole thing with the jurors. Press. Press. I don't know why that didn't take the first few keystrokes. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, I'm so glad that made sense. Oh yes, that's right. I'm just gonna look okay. They seem fine. Or at least the same as they were before. Maybe. Okay, yeah, they look the same. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. Does that mean it was just pointed down? Okay, they all look the same still. Where we've got our head on the swivel. I suppose. I might have, put the cart before the horse, maybe? Christ. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me. Yeah. Beppo was the one who said downward belly stab. He was. Then, when I turned around, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I'll take that as a no. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head. No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing. Oh, I think you might be upset. Pursue. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? I don't think he could have. There's no chance that he could have. Hello, Dilly. Thank you for lurking. I like that little emoji you've posted. It's a silly little dance. I appreciate it. There is no chance. Well, it was a little hard to believe, certainly. I like all of these little creatures you've posted and their little dances. They're so good. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat day. I wonder what a Ballarat day is. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. This man has such a structured face. I wish I could draw on the screen. Just to, see the shapes he's made out of, because it's so many. I want to learn how to make them eventually. I believe in you, Dilly. I don't know how to make emojis either, but I've attempted. Ballarat is a city in Australia, I think. Oh, interesting. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. And his cheekbones, they could cut diamonds. And so could his little mustache sideburns too, I think. They're so pointy. This man is made up of so many squares and triangles. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. It's in the Sherlock Holmes novel, The Black Jack of Ballarat. Oh. Were all the Sherlock Holmes novels color-based? Were they all like A Study in Violet, Or I don't remember. Or Prelude to Violet, A Study in Pink or something. Were they all colors? It sounds like it. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Well, we could have. Because he says blood-soaked, but there's only a little blood on the gloves. So they're not soaked. So we could present this and hopefully I don't get punished for it. Blood. This is definitely oh wait, this isn't presenting it, this is examining it. I'm a fool. When will I learn? Well, nothing will come of grow. No, by the way, is Mr. McGillis right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, honestly. They right. Well, let's turn the gloves around just for sport. Just to make sure there's nothing on these puppies. Alright, I don't see anything. I think we're in the clear. Oh, you looked it up? What'd you see, Coley? We're gonna present these gloves in the meantime. It was the Sherlock Holmes. Oh no, the story was the Boscombe Valley Mystery. Ballarat Jack was a dude in it. Oh, I see. That's what you looked up. I am so unfamiliar with Sherlock Holmes novels. And I know I would like to one day at least skim over them because they are classics. Though I've to be honest, I'm not super into detective stories. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. Oh, Ryunosuke with a smug little smile. I'm so proud of him. I was a nerd in high school and I got a paperback multi-book collection. Well, if you were a true nerd, they would be hardcovers with gilded pages. That's okay. It's okay to be into Sherlock Holmes stuff. That doesn't make you a nerd. I'm not good at just reading, but my family got me the entire Sherlock collection in one massive book in the tiniest font. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that at all, Dilly. I have to have multiple books with regular size font or I just won't do it. Well, I'm also pretty bad at reading myself. Yes, send me a picture. I need to know. I need to see how small this font is. Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain. I don't think you have me on Discord, but I will give you my Discord. Once let me see here. I made a Discord and then I never told anybody about it because I'm really smart and good at all of this. But I'm sure you can clearly see. It's only the right-hand glove. Incredible. This is why I need glasses. I can't see anything. I need some bottle cap glasses for my model. Oh no, don't bite metal. I hate that. Oh no, I hate that. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Incredible. Let me get really quick. Let me send you my Discord really quick. One moment. Just one moment. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Everything's fine. I'm just, it's okay. We're copy my Discord name. Thank you. Your testimony is inconsistent. He's doing the pose. He really likes chomping on the cane. He needs to steady the old mouth. I hate that, honestly. Like, I understand when people chew like the tips of their pens or tips of their pencils, but like when it comes to biting metal, I don't know, something about it just makes me ugh, I don't like it. Yeah. But no, that can't be right. So you're a liar here then. Dang, Granny. We coming for him. Gah! Both juror number 3 and juror number 6 are really into stabbing the table. I hope they become friends after this, because I'd love to see it, you know. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, ugh, it was both hands. Oh my god, this man's teeth are so strong. It's terrifying to me. Ugh. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. Uh-oh. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? I gnaws on a metal cane. Oh god. Here comes the chuny. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. I just feel like he would say accursed instead of accused, so I keep confusing the two words. Like, he's such a chuny. Look me in my chibi eyes. He would definitely say accursed. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My words should be the gold standard. Get it? Because I'm a banker, so I make coin jokes. Sent a friend request. Okay, let me get that really quick. I'm very fast at multitasking, really good at multitasking. Multitasking like nobody's business. Don't even, it's happening. Okay. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Understanding members of society don't prevaricate. How did I get the word so wrong? Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. I assume that means lie. It's laced with cocaine, so it calms the nerves. You know, I think that would actually do the opposite, honestly. You know, because if it was cocaine, I think you'd have a really bad time. Oh, goodness. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. Dumpster fire. But is that really the case? Maybe it's double the reason for the bad time. Maybe it is. Maybe that's why he's losing it. Mr. Naruhodo. If we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Thank you, Susato. It's the 1800s, you can buy that stuff at the greengrocer. I suppose you could. I heard in the 1800s or maybe, I don't know if it was the 1800s or maybe the early 1900s, when soda pop fountains still existed. You could just get the cocaine version of Coke still. Just in the soda parlor. Because I kinda wish soda parlors still existed, by the way. I think they're very cute and good ideas. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Well, we have to have evidence. We have to have evidence. Because there's no way we say all of that and there's no evidence. So I don't know why this is we're gonna figure out what the evidence is, though. They kind of do. Cocaine gets you the pep in your step. It sure does. We have a couple of weird tiny ones in town. We should go. Oh, we should go sometime. I didn't know they still existed. I knew that like places like Rocket Fizz still existed, which are, for those who are not familiar, are like little candy stores with soda in it and also a bunch of different candy stuff. Oh, I bet he's also a oh, oh, ho, 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 ho. Wait, ho, 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 ho. It's the ledger. It's the ledger because he's a debtor. Good eye, Coley. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. As soon as he showed up with a name like Mr. Fairplay, you know that something, like he's a liar. It's true. It's true. When I have gremlin mode, my icon does this. It shakes around because gremlin, we got him. We got him, boys. We got him. I should make a big eye version like that, though. The hat guy's name, yes, his name is Laddies First, I believe. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. I can't look at people, so I can't show it. But it's high key, it's the ledger. It has to be. Yes, I believe this evidence does indeed demonstrate a deception of sorts. Let me check real quick. People. Yeah, Lady First. He's he sure is. He sure has a name like that, and I wonder why, but I assume it just has to be a joke of some sort. And Beepo, I guess it's Beppo, but I want to call him Beepo. Bruce Fairplay. Okay. Yes, I believe it does demonstrate deception. The deception by the defense that it is in any way competent. A deception that won't pass muster in British court of law, my unlearned friend. No, what do you mean? It's the ledger. He has to be in the ledger. Just open it up. How'd you get another cup? You crushed it in your hands. Sergeant Lisa Nosa. Oh, it was yes sir, no sir. I didn't catch that at all. That's hilarious though. Here's to the message being carved into your mind. What do you mean it's not the ledger? Okay. Mr. Naruhodo. I wonder if perhaps there are some details we've overlooked in the court record. Always have backup tubs. The backup of the backup. You know, he is chuny enough that I believe Van Zykes would have, just under the desk, a full case of fancy little glasses that he brings out and breaks for emphasis. He has like a stack of 20 yes, he has a stack of 20 glasses under his podium. Backups. All made of, what is the stuff that's safe to break? It looks like I need to thoroughly examine every piece of evidence we have. But it was the... If it's not the ledger, I don't know what it is. History? Present the debtor's ledger. If it's not the ledger, and I didn't misclick... Evidence, yeah. I don't... If it's... Well, she said examine, so maybe I had to open it up. Open. Contain all sorts of secrets, yes. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Yes. It's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. Shlom's isn't in this book. There's no way. It's glass if you're not a coward. You know, he is wearing gloves, so he wouldn't hurt himself, probably. And also, if it has liquid in it, I don't think it could be the the other thing that breaks easy, because I think it's made of sugar or something. Sugar glass. Let's see what we find. Open. Did I really have to open it? Okay. It's crammed full of gentlemen's names. Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen. After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness, what is it? Look at this. Do you see the name? Bruce. Okay, I had to open it up. It couldn't have just been a wild guess. Coley, you're too good at the game. I want to play with sugar. I knew some theater kids way back when who liked to play with sugar glass, and they always got in trouble for it, but it's so funny. Like, when you break a big vase over somebody's head, it's just the comedic value, because you know they're not getting hurt, and it's just silly to watch. Priceless. Yes, we had to look inside and find his name to point it out instead of just being like, oh, 20 guineas, Jesus. Look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence. But no, he lied because he can't repay his loan. I kind of want to also play with sugar glass, mostly because I want to know how breakable it is. Like, does it take a large amount of force? Like, could you crush it in your hand? Or is it like... Okay, we're gonna present the ledger again, because now it says Bruce Fairplay. This is the list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion? I know I said that wrong. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name. Bruce Fairplay. We got him, boys. Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? It's barely worthy of being called a debt. My guy, you owe 20 guineas. That's a lot of money. I want to punch through a stained glass window like the Kool-Aid man. I want a Legend of Zelda, a bunch of sugar bases. I don't think... You know, I'll respect that. I'll respect that. Stained glass, I'm kind of like, maybe you shouldn't, but also... Maybe you should. Depending. Yeah, he owes 20 guineas. That's like 20 gold. 1800s, that's like... I don't know how much 20 gold is in the 1800s, but I assume it has to be a lot. Since people are still paying pennies to do stuff, like to ride the carriage and whatnot. Sugar vases. It can be a link for reels. Just pick up a sugar vase and throw it into a wall. Maybe a little ruby will come out. But what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Man, I want all outstanding debts to be annulled in my name. I feel you, Silran. I do. High key? I do. He screams. Ordar. Ordar. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust the knife into the victim? He's having a time. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilted's hands, both of them. Objection! And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Ugh. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak. Okay, lady first. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood on the assailant's hands. I think, yes, I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Ryunosuke just being face planted off to the side. Oh my god. Incredible, honestly. My poor boy. He's trying so hard. He, first his boyfriend, now his face. Yeah. Yeah, we still grieving, Cosmo. We're in our grieving arc. Honestly, I should be wearing my funeral hat because I'm still a grieving widow. But we're in court, so no hats in court. But you know, Ryunosuke, I think his face is used to being face planted in. That's who he is. He does that a lot. He's safe. He's done it a lot. It's okay. 1 guinea is worth 1 pound. 1 shilling, 1 pound, 1 shilling, according to Google. 21 pounds and $1890 is worth 1,723 pounds in 2017 British dollars. That's over 2K in USD. Oh, he was in it deep. Hey, the other guy can have a big hat. Well, the witnesses have hats, but we're attorneys. I also want 2K. Would like to have 2K. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yargs. Mr. Naruhodo. Currency Converter says that 63 days of skilled tradesman wages. We could get 2 cows for that. I don't know if anybody wants cows still, but sure. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Perhaps. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Meat is expensive, that is true. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. If that matters. It does matter, Mr. Fairplay. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime that was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. It's not the same. It's not the same as seeing the man do it, my guy, my dude. You just, well, I do wonder what's with the both of his hands covered in blood, but we only have one pair of gloves. That really is not what the testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating with the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of this case. Okay, Chuni. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, Consul. Yes, my lord. My lord. We doing it. We're gonna cross-examinate the heck out of this. What the witnesses really saw. There is blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. We're pressing. There can't have been blood on both of his hands. There just can't. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have gloves on the defendant. I was wearing the night in question in court record. I said that sentence completely correctly. Don't worry about it. I'm well aware of that, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. Okay, Dracula. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. We're pressing! Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you should well know. But, for crying out loud, we all know no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, don't you? I also hope I'm saying that word correctly. I'm saying it like guinea pig, but I have no idea if that's how it's supposed to be. Had you hoped to release yourself from the financial burden by ensuring the defendant had you hoped to release yourself from the financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? I mean, honestly, I do the same. If it was the 1800s and I was like in what is basically $2,000 worth of debt, and I had the chance to prove a guy guilty that I owed $2,000 to, and he was kind of a dirtbag anyways, I might do it. I might commit perjury. Who knows? Anyways, I didn't incriminate myself. Everything's fine. That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. That's a fixture this week. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. Don't get into gambling, kids. The house always wins. Yeah, eat the rich, spend their money on cows. Cows are expensive. Oh my god. Oh, Coley. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Oh my god. Don't admit that you embezzle money from your own bank. Don't say that in court. I think you have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. Yeah, that is high-key fully embezzlement, so it's just embezzlement. I can't believe this guy's a dirtbag. This man is he's embezzling money from a bank. Don't do that. Don't admit, and if you, well, you shouldn't do that. but also don't admit it in court either. Good God. I can't believe there's gonna be a trial right after this one where this man's gonna just lose because he admitted embezzlement. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Yes, they are, Van Zykes. He deserved to be swindled for an extra penny. He did. You know, 1 extra penny, 20 guineas from the bank. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? Van Zyke sure is, like, fully and truly not phased, which is such a departure from Ouchie, the previous prosecutor, who was stunned every time the witnesses were like, it was an accident, I forgot to tell you. But Van Zykes is just impassive. Fully. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on. Well, we have to press it because not both of his hands were covered in blood. We are going to throw Bruce Fairplay into the slammer after this case. After this trial, we're taking him to court. Actually, we're not taking him to court. We're keeping him in court. You definitely saw that too, blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGillicuddy's gloves has any sign of blood on it. Yes, that's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGillicuddy sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves. He wasn't wearing these? That's correct. And I saw the blood on both of his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. How does this man have a scroll ready for everything? I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused of the night in question... Also, I just realized, he has a scroll. Everybody else just has like a stack of papers that they look through. Which means he gets all of his information retranscribed onto the scroll so he can do this. Just, oh my god, this is the most chuny character I've ever, not that I've ever seen, but he's up there. The most chun bio boy I've ever seen in my life. He's gotta get his hat stretched out. He does. He stays up all night and hand copies it. Yeah. He stays up all night and he copies all the report info onto a little scroll. He has to do that. I don't think he'd have anyone else do it. Oh my goodness. The finest sheepskin parchments. There was no trace of blood on Mr. McGillicuddy's hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. It is puzzling indeed. There must be significance somehow, I'm sure of it. Not until I heard the scream. Well... Didn't actually see anything myself, not until I heard the scream. Goodbye for now. Aesthetic. You know, I do believe in aesthetics though. Sometimes you just gotta do things for the aesthetic. You didn't see anything. Yes sir, that is to say, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, okay? It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wait, you agree? Who are you asking? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. To say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beepo! You were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets. Ryunosuke, this is the wrong thing to say. This is the wrong thing to say in court. Oh my god. Oh please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold. It was all I could do to keep from passing out. Yes, even my head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say. Oh my god. Beepo. I mean, I get it. Sometimes you're too cold to like notice or see anything. I mean, you had... Beepo. He wasn't, I was just hearing things unless it was the ghost. Well, I hope you have a friendly ghost. At least. No, Ryunosuke, you're repping all of Japan. They're gonna think all Easterners are cringe. You have to correct yourself, Coley. All Nipponese are cringe. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Yeah, probably don't get on the omnibus. Beepo! This man's gonna lose his job. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage or we all would have seen. And everything you saw of that incident was through the skylight roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right. It's a public service. It's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Okay, Mr. I'll embezzle from the bank to go bet on the horses. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gen inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up onto the roof deck and look longingly down into the warm cabin below. Imagine being called cringe by a man dressed up like Space Dracula breaking cups in a government building who says Nipponese. I know, I can't, it's so chuny, it's so cringe. He's so cringe, but he's so free. It has to be, it's a little admirable, but just a little bit. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? I don't think they could have, because when we looked at it, it was very small. Not to mention the compartment underneath the seats. Someone could have been in there, potentially. They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. It was letterboxed. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight. That's right. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly. Obviously at this stage, we can't say for sure. Real death slam. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Objection! Objection. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. I hate it every time he says it. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. Maybe Nipponese was like a real term, and it just feels so cringe to me. Just I don't know. It just feels like it doesn't. It's just weeby and cringy to me. It's a real term from way back when. Yeah. Yeah. It's a real term. But boy, it's so cringy. 1800s to early 1900s. Yeah, that's about where we are in this time period, so it makes sense to be used here. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demands. Not necessarily rude in racism, but the connotations are there. Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's Nippon. So, honestly, don't really know a lot about where, like, even the word Japan came from. Because I'm aware of it was Nippon, so Nipponese makes sense. So it's a bit odd, isn't it? Feels like this. Yeah, it do feel like that, honestly. You identify the area in this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting the extra potential passenger could have been situated? I believe it was... This was where it was, or it was here. I think it was here is where the under thing was. And the little... An extra passenger could have been hidden from view. That's where the thing was. If you believe that to be true, Counsel, then I may suggest you attempt to conceal yourself there. Sorry. And... Oh my god, isn't that where it was? Was it not? Oh, it was the other side, wasn't it? Okay, don't worry, we got this. Whatever's in that hollow chalice, it has a very bitter aftertaste. It pains me to say, but that was, well, bitterly disappointing. Okay, Suzato, I don't need this from you right now. Perhaps you'd like to reconsider your answer. Okay, it was the other side then. It was the other side. Okay. Alright, we'll put it here so it's on the lid. So the game is like, okay, we'll give this to you. But okay, we got it. Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel. Whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means... the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through... Oh, okay, it's not the reason I thought it was. We're drawn here. As you can see, the seat opposite, the one in which the victim and his attacker were sitting, were obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Google says Japan is probably the corruption of Mandarin or Malaysian for the word for Nippon. Oh, interesting. Like, a word you typed is Germany. That is not close at all, even a little. Deutschland. Oh, Deutschland. Deutschland. Yeah, definitely not even remotely close to Germany. Words are funny and how they end up as... how they start as one thing, and then in our modern vernacular are completely so far away from what they were. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese... you Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. It makes me cringe every time he says it. Just, God. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In the British court of law, evidence is paramount. Deutschland. Okay. I did sort of get there eventually. Thank you for typing it out, Coley. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been on the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have no idea who it could have been, because there's no other person. Accuse Dracula, make him take the fall. I'm not going to accuse Dracula. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea who this other person could have been. But if McGilded was sitting facing that the quote-unquote empty seat where somebody could have been, then he should know. So I feel like we have to call him to the stand for him to say like who was there, or if there was anyone there at all. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Susato. We literally don't know. Alright, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. I am a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. This is so rude. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial to my favor. On that night, the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was Dracula? No. Was the Chief Justice? Also no. Was Susato? Absolutely not. Like, he obviously wasn't. He was the coachman. These two are on top. So, you only have Magnus, but he was sitting next to Mason. These two were sitting together. This guy was outside. These two were on top. But his bloodstain is on the seat where they can see, so the only person we can pick is Magnus. Deduction. Deduction. It's the art of science, or whatever, is scientific art done through observation. The only person we can pick is actually Magnus. We can't accuse the dead guy because he has evidence of where he was sitting via the bloodstain. Because he has a bloodstain on the chairs that they can see from the rooftop. So, where he was sitting, it's not a question. So the only person we can point to is Magnus, which is strange. Blood splash. Yeah, so inside of the cabin, there's a little blood splatter from where he was stabbed. We can't accuse the dead guy again. Yes, I'm not gonna accuse the dead guy again, because the last time I did that, I was punished for it, even though I really thought that's what was gonna do it. Passenger, the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, Consul? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Okay. Okay, just throw the glass into into the thing. Alright. It's time for him to get out another glass, I guess. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. You've done it twice now. You've done it twice. Lord Van Zykes. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. How did it not break the candles? I guess it's because the candles were protected by the glass. Glass hitting on glass. Maybe it is sugar glass. And that's why he has to like break it or throw it away before it dissolves. So he just has to get rid of it as quick as possible before people realize it's not real glass. That's my headcanon. After the trial, I want a panning shot of the floor next to his feet. Oh, it's gonna be covered in wine and glass shards. I meant the glass, I can't type. But also, yes, acceptable headcanon. Thank you, thank you. I assume it didn't break because the glasses are sugar glass. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were seen side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. Are we just objecting back and forth? The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. They believe it. Because that's what a man would do, Ryunosuke. I miss Kazuma. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. Layers playing the game. Yes. There's many layers. It's an onion. But not a glass onion, just a regular onion. Maybe a sugar glass onion. In short, their memory of the event is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. Lawyers. Oh, I see. The lawyers. Yeah, I don't think lawyers could play this game. If you truly knew law and you passed the bar and you were out here doing your profession and you tried to play an ace attorney game, I'm pretty sure it would be a bad time. I don't think lawyers play this game. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. It makes sense because they said in the beginning of the beginning that Magnus just falls asleep in carriages. So I bet he was sleeping on the other side. What exactly are postulating? The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. This man and his unwillingness to close his... Like, look at that point, it's so dramatic. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. Gotta suspend those beliefs. You do. You gotta take a step back and be like... Just take a deep breath and say, it's fine. It's fantasy lawyering. Even if you're not allowed to have any of this evidence and if you're not really supposed to do any of these things. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right, both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to know such things, sir. Okay, first. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport? Oh, first. I'm afraid I don't remember. Oh my god. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in the cabin. Hatters would also wear the right size hat. Yeah, they would, but Mr. Lady First, he likes a challenge. You know, he's not like the other hatters. He wants to be challenged by his hat. Worked in the hat shop. I'm so sorry. This must be difficult. Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Yes, that is exactly what I'm proposing, me, Suzu. Because I'm Giga Chad, 9000 IQ. Just kidding, Magnus said that he fell asleep, or he always falls asleep in a bus. So, that's what I assume. There's another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. We're doing or dar again. There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord. Should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? We demand his testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, sir, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. This is my favorite juror. Get the man out here. Here's a stenographer who's not actually a stenographer. It would be utterly illogical not to hear him testify. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Let's get him to the stand. I hope someone gives Beepo a nice coat, because he's shivering even inside. Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first, what is this music that it changed to? Is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why would you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, 'tis not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions. It's kind of a weird, whimsical maybe you should question him. The truth, it's a very suspicious song, I would say. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. Is it true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? Dang it. I was trying to get a picture of Ryunosuke just being slumped over the pedestal. You're digging it. It is good. It's good music. He does have a nice hat. I don't know if it's something I would wear though. No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken by the police. He just always has the DreamWorks face, with the one eyebrow arched up. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. It's a race to the bomb. There are no good defendants in this game confirmed. It's a race to the bomb to see who can make themselves look the most guilty. Ryunosuke is not a bad defendant. I mean, he was the first... well, he was actually the first, second... yeah, he was the first and second defendant of this game. I said nothing, ya Anna. Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not in any way involved, you see. I don't know if it was a child. If they saw someone who was in a suit, if the police had known that the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into the courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. There was absolutely no way there was a child. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? Culpability chicken. Oh boy, culpability chicken. You don't know. Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. You know, he's right. He's the guy we're defending, but he's given us absolutely no reason to defend him. There's no way there was a child in the carriage. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Oh. What? Someone's trying to get away? Oh, okay. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. There's a lot of things happening. Emergency recess. Smoke bomb. How many people must go to the gallows to protect British ladies? A lot, I guess. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. At least one. Well, for the first case it was at least one. For the second case it was for a Russian ballerina. I will save my current progress. Why, thank you. I only use one save slot because I'm foolhardy. I can't believe somebody got into a courtroom with like a smoke bomb. But I guess I can, since that guy was allowed to just have a knife and swing it around and stuff. Mr. Naruhodo. Managed to find out what happened. Miss Susato. I was told it was an advanced form of a smoke grenade. A type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade. Sounds like the sort of things ninjas would use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15. Could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly, so he wasn't lying. I think he's still lying. There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. Oh shit. Is this game secretly misogynist? Is it gonna be the girl every time? Who is to say? Dracula has wine. He does have wine in court, but he is Dracula, so you know he's allowed. He's a legend in the Old Bailey, so he's kind of allowed to do whatever he wants, I guess. Secret final criminal boss Susato. I don't think Susato could be a criminal boss. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, and what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. The 20 pence. Oh, the 20 pence fare. Well, because Fairplay said he was charged 5 pence. He took 4 passengers that night, a fare of 5 pence each. Comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there are in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, the 20 pence strikes again. It just takes one good Susato takedown, Ryunosuke just happening to be standing nearby. I suppose that's true. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. Here's my called shot. I think she's there because McGilded, well, I would say ask, but, you know, got her to be there. Because she could have come and gone without anyone noticing her. So the only thing I can think of is that she showed up at his behest and is now going to corroborate his story. Because I don't think you can... I mean, she's 15. Even if she was in, like, a man's suit, I don't think people would mistake her and Mr. McGilded. Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, I like her hair, though. It's really pretty. Young girl next to Mr. McGilded. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. She really could have just left if she didn't do anything, I think. Well, after a rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. McMagnus. Mr. McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zykes. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. Seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade. Yes. Usually used by the army, okay. Oh, they're both short. I guess Mr. McGilded is a leprechaun. So, perhaps. Wonder where she got army-grade grenades, though. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade? Obviously, yes. What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? I mean, she's not really having any behavior, she's just not saying anything. If I may, my lord. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGildy, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. It's not like I, a defense lawyer, need my witness to tell me literally everything. You gotta tell your defense lawyer everything so that they can properly help you. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the backseat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, Bigora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up from a fair start, or with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. When I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger. The 20 pence thing still doesn't add up, but also I guess she was hiding, potentially. She was hiding in the storage compartment. I don't know. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. His face, so confused. Ryunosuke, I'm so sorry. Here we go. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the backseat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Alright. We don't know anything. We have to press everything. When you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? Oh, hello, Derp. Welcome. I did draw these glasses and this tie. I draw all of my accessories. But the chibi tuber itself was not done by me. By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from the time to time as well. It is odd to me that he's so rich. He's so rich he could buy London 3 times over, and yet he took the bus. I would assume he'd have a private carriage or something, but maybe he stays so rich because he penny pinches. Gotta save the money. You right. Maybe if we had good public transportation in America, I would feel different. Then Bagora, a loud thud and a wee scream. We're going to press that. Loud thud. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. Okay. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed. Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream. From the seats above on the roof deck. Oh, maybe he heard first. Oh, not above me. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There's a fellow collapsed at the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat and across from me. I guess that's where he got the blood stain on his gloves. But if he heard the scream from the inside, does that mean Mason was dead before the other two even got on the omnibus? Because that's what it feels like. Fellow collapsed on the floor. We'll press that. I think we're gonna end up pressing all of the statements. We're back. We're back to pressing everything. Hopefully not being punished for it. You sat him up, the victim. That I did, on the seat across from me. As I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I don't know if it's common. It might be courtesy, but I don't know if it's common courtesy. I find that also, don't touch dead bodies. Especially in a crime scene. Maybe don't do that. Maybe leave it as it was for the authorities to come and see. I find that a little hard to believe. Raw, Lord Van Zykes. Now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was just intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. Wait, what do you mean you don't find dead bodies lying around the bus every other Tuesday? No, I guess, maybe it's a common occurrence elsewhere. You just gotta sit them up as a common courtesy. Oh, God. Oh, no. Drugs. He does drug businesses. Businesses. I don't know if he does the drug. Does he do drugs on top of the money lending business? The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Money lending. Maybe he's money laundering, haha. Who is to say? Perhaps they had money laundering in the 1800s. Although I don't know if you'd need to launder money in the 1800s, actually, now that I think about it. Because they didn't really care about where money came from. At least I feel like they didn't. Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. He probably doesn't do taxes. To be honest, I think taxes existed in London in 1850s. So yeah, he probably didn't do taxes either. Or he dodged them somehow. Then I turned to find out, oh, but he's a philanthropist, quote unquote, so he probably found a way to not pay taxes. If I was a betting fox, which I am. Never let me gamble. I will lose it all. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? Gambling fox, gotcha fox. No, I can't do gotcha. I can't. I would lose all of my money to gotcha. I know this about myself, and it's why I stay away from it. Because it's just, oh, just one more pull. Just one more pull. I can't do it. I don't have good enough self-control for gotcha. A fox or a whale. Well, I don't have enough money to be a whale, so just a fox. When I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Ah, she was hiding in the cubbyhole. Same. It's a mood. I mean, at least you know it about yourself, right? So you know not to not to get involved with it. Or if you do, I suppose you could be more careful. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a good time to have a thorough look around inside. Well, luckily for us, Susato, I already did that. I looked all over that omnibus. I looked up, I looked down, I looked under the wheels. I also noticed that it was a Phoenix Wright omnibus, which is hilarious. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Yes, they did actually get the entire bus. I'll show it. So, yes, they got the entire omnibus into court. That was see, Phoenix Wright omnibus. We can't really turn it up and down that much, but yep, there's just a whole omnibus right here. You can go inside. No, yes, go inside, Don't talk about it, just go inside. Yes. See, you're inside, you can look at everything. There's the blood on the floor, there's the blood on the seat. There's a World's Fair poster. You can also kind of see the outside a little bit. There's another World's Fair poster, and there's the skylight. But yes, they actually got the entire bus. You can also open up this part, because it has a handle. That's not what I wanted you guys to talk about. I wanted you to open the thingy. Open the thingy so I can show Derp what's inside. Yes, women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Looks directly at the camera. They are. Open. Yes. This is the storage compartment, but there's nothing in there. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Well, it's a storage compartment for the coachman, so it should have, like, stuff. And actually, I think last time I looked at it, there was stuff in there. Yes, 1800 buses. Yes, 1800 omnibus only carried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 people. 4 people inside, 4 people on top. And I hate to be any of the people on top, because it's so cold and it's just wooden benches. I'd hate that. Yes, I let Sam do it and keep an eye on him. It's easier to get mad at others than keep yourself in check. That's true. I mean, it's just, you can look out for other people, but when it comes to yourself, it's very easy to make excuses because I don't know. Maybe I'm just not good at self-accountability, but I can be accountable for other people somehow. Strange. She's tucked herself away. We'll press it. You see, she was hiding herself. How did she manage to get out, stab a guy, and then get back into the thingy, the storage compartment? That doesn't seem right. If that's the story he's telling. Because he was sitting on it. How could she have gotten back into it? It's hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overreacting this. Still, and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, A gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. That must have been First. Presumably the scream was Mr. First, who was standing by the roof deck seats. Right. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and a gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilden. Oh, I was saying in his voice. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage out of sight. He is such a leprechaun. He is shaped so wildly, like just a square with thin, spindly little legs. It's certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After all that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade. Lestrade? Isn't Lestrade the inspector in Sherlock Holmes? She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. A what? This girl here, a petty thief? But isn't Lestrade like the inspector for Sherlock Holmes? Order. Is it true, Miss Lestrade? Or at least maybe it's a common name. It's just really, it's really familiar, Dilly. No, answer the question. Oh, she has a gun! Why does she have a gun? Oh, it's a grenade launcher. Don't shoot the charge. How dare you? What's the meaning of this? Oh, there she goes. Goodbye. The girl, she's gone. Why did she stay there? Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious. Okay. Oh, I'm correct. Inspector Lestrade. Thank you for looking that up, Coley. Okay, so it is unnamed. So I wonder if she'll show up. Wonder if she shows up in later trials with Shloms and they become your and the other Ace Attorneys, it's Detective Gumshoe, I believe. Maybe they help or something. Good gracious, how? What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you oh god, I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipping up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what's in your heads, isn't it? So, not if she gets the death right there. Not if she gets out to death right here. No, I don't think she's going to. Nobody gets put to death in Ace Attorney games, I think. Unless you're a tutorial NPC, apparently. Apparently, if you're a tutorial NPC, you get put to death in the trial right after the tutorial. And nobody told me. Nobody told me about that. I'm still so upset about Kazuma. I'll never not be upset about Kazuma, and nobody warned me. Nobody told me. She is very cute though. I really like her hair. Oh my god, please stop doing this. Gina has to be innocent, I'm convinced. She's too cute. She's too cute to be guilty. That's the rule. She has a little three face, or a little three mouth. A little gremlin, look at that. She is actually very cute. Oh my god. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. Valid. Gentleman thief. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day down where the key... That Shlome's gun. She pickpocketed Herlock Shlome's, didn't she? She did. There's no way she didn't. That belongs to Shlome's. 100% called shot. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Don't wave that thing in my direction again. Yep, he's got another glass. How long until Dracula breaks this one? I should make a timer for it. How many people are going to admit to outright theft in this court of law? Because we're up to 3. Well, you know. Probably a couple more. We got embezzlement, we got theft, we got, we've got 3 counts, huh? You admit that you were riding the omnibus in the night in question. Well, actually, just this case, we have 3. Because we have her, a thief. We have the coachman charging more money, which is kind of like theft. And then we have the banker doing just straight up embezzlement. Incredible. 'Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Oh, he's Irish? British. Maybe an ace attorney in the 1850s. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus in the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So, he is a leprechaun. He is. He has so much gold. And he's a little short. He's like a Willy Wonka leprechaun. Except he deals in lending money and taking it back. Alright, if I have to. I mean, it's sort of been that way, Coley. What the girl saw. That was the 1850s. And the first trial that we did in Ace Attorney started with, I don't speak Japanese because it's vulgar and dirty and I'm a British wait, let me put on my hat. Let me put on my hat for this. Because I'm a proper British woman and Japanese just sullies my delicate British tongue. That was basically the tutorial. The tutorial trial was just this. Although I think nothing so egregious has happened since that. It's racism all the way down. It's the trophy hat. Thank you, Dylan. I made this hat. I made this trophy hat because this was the hat the lady was wearing in the first tutorial trial. And this was the hat I wore when I learned Cosma died, and it was so sad. I was in my stupid, silly little hat, and then they hit me with the "your boyfriend's dead, by the way." I just can't do it. Lord. Careful, that hat might seep its evil in. I know. The hat might join into my skull and I will become one with the swan. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. It is an evil hat though, high key. For sure, for sure, for sure. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place, it's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. But she didn't stab anybody. It's like she didn't kill anyone then. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilden. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna have to go try to get some sleep now. You have fun acing the attorney. Oh, thank you, Derb. I hope you get some good sleep. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Good night. How? As I'm sure I said before, well, she was in the compartment, so she couldn't have killed him. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night, and the cubbyhole for which you have spoken is underneath this seat. Yeah, there's no way she could have gotten out of there and killed him, got back in. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of that girl's stature. Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. This guy's speech pattern trips me up so bad, and I'm so sorry. It also doesn't help. I'm trying to differentiate him a little bit, and I know he probably has like a Cockney accent or something, and I can't do that, so I'm trying to substitute Southern, and it doesn't work. It's not working. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Suzu doesn't listen to the dub liner. I don't know what the dub liners are, so you are correct, Coley. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of a less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This is a fine example of a man could not possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Wow. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. I think that's all of them. But you know, something really doesn't feel right about her showing up. Saints alive. All 6 members of the jury, consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? She just feels too convenient, you know? Mr. Naruhodo, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure? Oh, here we go. He got his leggy up there. Why does he have his leg up there? Oh my god. Okay. You know, we're crushing wine glasses. We're throwing glasses into the candles, and we're fully stretching the leg up onto the podium. Yep, this is what we're doing now. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? Where'd it go? The witness's latest statement gives us clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Van Zeeks is gonna land on the same thing I said. Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report that I transcribed onto a scroll so I could hold it up and be as chuny as possible. The evidence has been tampered with. For anyone listening, really quick, when I say chuny, it refers to Chunbyo disease, which translates into second year of junior high school disease, which is just when you're like the most dweeby, when you're the most edgy of edgelords, the most weeby. And that's what Van Zeeks has. He has Chuny disease and is terminal. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilda's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. Yeah, I thought I would mention, yeah, because the Chunin exam is from Naruto, which is their second year. So I understand that it comes from that. It's basically Naruto disease. Most of us in our second year of junior high school were deeply enthralled with Naruto, I would say. So it sort of makes sense. But yeah, Chunin is short for Chunbyo, which is just second year of junior high school disease. Which just means it's weeb disease, basically. God, don't make me remember. Well, Dilly, if I recall correctly, you have to remember it the most. Just think about it a lot so nobody else can think about it. I think that's what I saw in your game. Just think about it so much that nobody else can think about it every night before you go to bed. That's how that works. And that's why I think about every mistake I've ever made in my dark weeby past every night before I go to bed. So no one else can think about them. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the defiances of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning— oh, that's why I thought I had seen things in the cubbyhole last time I looked. Because there was. Which means, that means the urchin who was already in here probably got in there and stole everything. It's the only reason Sam started talking to me. Well, listen, got a husband out of it. Doing the Naruto run outside in the track during lunch, bringing the Leaf Village headband to school, Sand Village headband. Listen, I had a Sound Village gloves, metal plated gloves with the Sound Village sigil on them. Excuse you. Get it right? The compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me. When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find in the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman would be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fellow. How this is all an elaborate excuse by a desperate Lord Van Zeeks. No, he got her to steal all the stuff out of the cubbyhole. She's a pickpocket. We have all the pieces. There was stuff in there. Getting dull aluminum kunai from the mall. My mom never let me buy the kunai or the mall swords. It wasn't something I was allowed to have. Well, Counsel, do you have anything to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment? I did look and it wasn't empty. I looked and it wasn't empty, and I even commented on that too. So, I mean, it wasn't empty. I'm not gonna make Ryunosuke lie. This is the court of law. I'll have honor if no one else will. Borders, books, wall scrolls. Please stop. Please stop torturing Dilly. I don't know if she can take it. Oh my god. I remember Borders. I kind of miss Borders. I know that they were basically essentially the same as Barnes and Noble, but I don't know. Borders had a different vibe to it. I like to sit in there and read manga all day, which I know now is theft, but I mean, I always bought a book, so maybe it balanced out. Really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least. Oh, there goes Dilly. Goodbye. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Golden Corral is there. It's not even good. Oh no. I've never eaten at a Golden Corral before. But that is sad. It is sad that that's happened. Don't. It's not good. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'll never go to a Golden Corral. I mean, it can't be worse than Denny's though, right? Not that Denny's is like super bad, but I mean, you end up at Denny's, you don't go to Denny's. Are you sure, Counsel? Arrah, be whist! What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Oh, Ryunosuke, I'm so proud of you. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and as honestly as possible. Oh, naruhodo. It can't be worse than Sizzler. I've never been to Sizzler either. Exactly, we have a Denny's by our house and have yet to end it. If you haven't ended up there yet though. Yeah, I've ended up at Denny's a few times, but I'm a degenerate. I stay up too late and then there's no other choice. Sometimes. Now Dracula's getting mad. I don't know if he's mad so much as confused, but also I don't think he can express emotions outside of what he has already shown us. Sizzlers all died where we are when we were kids. Oh, I see. So there was no way I could have ever experienced a Sizzler. An experience taken from me by the cruel grips of capitalism. Never will I be able to go to a Sizzlers. Incredible. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. I went a few times, but I liked it, but I was a kid and dumb. That's okay. I mean, you can enjoy things as kids, it's fine. No one expects like a refined palate or review from a child. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Empty as the devil's heart. What a wild phrase and something I will add to my vernacular. I love it. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Don't falter, Ryunosuke. It was empty and we both know it. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and pickpocket or pick-purse are lying. McGilded is shady, but he's a genius if he orchestrated this 40,000 IQ move. I think he did orchestrate it. I think during the fog, the girl went and took all of the stuff out of the omnibus, which is why she wasn't trying to escape. Because she could have escaped in all of that white fog smoke bomb incident. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick, of course it's a trick. Oh, no, there it goes. Maybe I wasn't supposed to call him to the stand, but I think I was. Quite so, I must concur here. Oh, is it gonna be all of them? It's gonna be all of them except for Grandma again? Is Grandma going to be... Maybe I wasn't supposed to say it wasn't empty. Was I supposed to lie? I don't think you're supposed to lie in Ace Attorney games. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. We do stand juror number 3. I like juror number 3. I think he's silly. He's a silly little guy. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Oh, here we go. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Every lawyer lies a little, especially when they get someone who's guilty. That's true. Very true. I don't think McGilded killed the man. I do think he's guilty of a lot of other things, though. Just not what he's on trial for currently. Cross-examination. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. I believe this. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. I don't see her as the screaming type. Keep going. Wait. Hiding place was pitch. A while, I hear this loud bang. Scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away. I believe that he did help her get away. Can't see a blind thing in the hiding place. Right, waste of time. Nothing to show. Yeah, nobody had stuff stolen from them. I think it's this statement that we gotta press. I don't think we have to press any of the other ones. We'll press this. We'll see what happens. When you say loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? That's a leading question. You're not allowed to ask that, Ryunosuke. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is made. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. or not. Could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim. Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilda's account. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late. I should have never risked looking. Because of this, the swell found me. Yeah, he did help her get away. Okay. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. Okay, if she always goes in the coach, why wouldn't you know it's pitch black? I mean, she said it was pitch black in there. She didn't say she didn't know it was. I mean, I assume it's something she's probably used to. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. What a weird word. Something's bothering me, but I can't put my finger on it. So I stuck inside the carriage. Right old waste of time. Can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch up there. Tell ya, can't see a blind thing. I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped, and a scream just came out. I'll tell you, I can't see. Yeah, okay, maybe I missed something.
Hold it!
Don't remember. Point is, maybe jump. I'm looking at you. I know you're gonna say something. Oh, her portrait's really cute too. Get lighter. Looking. Presumably. Yep. Right. Right. Let me see. Maybe I'm pursuing the wrong thing. I'm just trying to watch it because I feel like the sound and her screaming has to coincide with each other because there's no way at least I don't think she screamed, probably. It's just something really weird about the statement. Sunk back down, it's too late, should have never risked looking. But I haven't seen him reacting at all, so I guess there's nothing to do with this. Cause Swell found me. There has to be something there, right? Right, waste of time. I don't really want to hear about, like, why she didn't get any money. She can't see anything in the hiding place. I don't think that's important, though. So the last things that are important are this one. It's because of that he found me. Did I? I don't know. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. I know this is not... I guess I'm just not missing anything. Cause he's not changing at all. I don't... What else? What else? What else? What else? Sam's hungry. Have fun eating dinner. Oh, still watching. Watch me struggle because I'm caught on this and I feel like it's this, but it may not be this. Or not, yes.
Excuse me.
I don't know. What would that be, fella? Do you have something to say about the last statement? No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kind of you to ask still and all. What? He flicks the gold at you. Have yourself a tip. I don't want to take gold in court. Oh my god. What do we do about this? Well, we'll press it. We'll just start pressing statements until something happens. Pulled you out of your hiding place. Add that to the list of crimes. Bribery. In the court of law. He dragged me out, sat me down in the seat. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Oof. Both of my hands were covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both of her hands were covered in blood. Added to the list of crimes, bribing you in front of the judge. I know. I know, there's so many crimes happening. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Okay. I'm trying to watch him, but I don't see him reacting to any of this. Wanted to know my name, what I was up to. Right. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First. Okay, the horses were drawn up. The Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury decided the defendant was... Yes, I know. I know, we go back to cross-examination. We're going back. Okay. This shouldn't be this hard. Swell found me. Hold on, let me look at the history. Yes, Susato says that. Get back under the seat. Didn't like blah 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 blah. I know my name, then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Didn't want no, so the horse is drawn smart. Get back under the seat later. Okay. My hand made me feel sick after that. Sorry, I'm going through this. McGill, because of that, okay, we're pressing. Scared stiff, dragged me out. Still bleeding. Lurch, both my hands, made me feel sick. Blah blah blah, asked me stuff. Wanted to know a name. Heard something from above, someone screamed, that was first. No one seen my face, horses were drawn. Get back under the seat. Huh. And he wasn't, like, reacting to, like, any of that. And this was the other one that we pressed on. Could have been, don't remember. Let me see. Victim. I saw it. Ba-ba-ba. Yes. Because of that, the swell found me. Steeples my fingers together. What needs to happen here? Because I don't believe the first statements are... I don't know. Okay, here. We'll go to the pitch one, actually. Can't see a blind thing. It's all pitch. Couldn't see out into the cabin. Not a job. Most days I push the cushion up and lift my head and look out a crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. Thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I got under ain't as plush as the other one. So most of the time, passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up and peek out. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown into the clink. Alright, there it is.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. McGilded. Well now, what a wild voice clip. I did not imagine him sounding like that at all. Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. Oh, I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark, 'twas terrifying, so it was. I feel like he was laughing at the poor. He was laughing at the poor. In fact, I'm pretty high-key, 100% laughing at the poor. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise? I do turn down music in order to see better. Like if my car radio is very loud, I turn it down so I can see something outside the window. No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. The jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. What should we make of that last statement of hers? I think it has to be important that she didn't hear anything. I pressed enter the moment you read it, and I was like, bruh. I mean, it's the only plausible answer. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important! Profoundly important, profoundly important. So everybody, watermelon, 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 in the stands. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. We're just gonna keep making me say it, aren't we? I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner work. Oh my god, I keeps doing this. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless. Almost, in quotes. I know. Thank you for agreeing, Sam. You will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. Naruhodo, convince the jury it was a suicide. It does feel like that. This is the new statement, so we 100% are going to press it. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. Would you Adam and Eve it? Alright. What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave. But would he? Not likely. I don't think this counts as a reaction, even though he's like this. Because usually reactions have like stuff around it. Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that? It doesn't really add up because Mason had to get in the cart at some point. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Cockney rhyming slang for believe, Adam and Eve. Yeah, I sort of put it together, but it's funny to read. Odds, are you sure? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zykes realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGillicud's snoring. She had to have heard Mason get on the thing. Man is so racist. Truly? Extremely. This game has been really like, really just like that. Show a person. And a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not fail to hear in the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Mason. Had to have been there. I hate Cockney rhyming slang. I think it's interesting to listen to, but I don't really have much of an opinion on it. Thrice fried Mason. Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. It's specifically British people being racist to Japanese people. Yes, it is kind of just this game doing that. It just has been this trial and the tutorial trial were basically just like, you're from the East. You're not very learned, are you? There's no way that you're familiar with our customs or our laws. I don't know why you're here. Nipponese. I can't get over Nipponese. Like, I know it was the vernacular of the time, and I'm not offended by it. It's so cringy. It's so cringy to hear Mr. Mason boarding the omnibus. I'm filling him in on the glassware. Oh yes, please do. How Van Zykes has a million sugar glass just underneath his podium. For sure, for sure. Order. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub. And next person to board was Mr. McGilden. That I was. Not a soul was on the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. Yeah, who recommended a racist against Japanese game against this poor kid? I must, you know. I believe I picked 3 games and I had people vote, and it was Ace Attorney that won, with Inscription in second, and no one wanted Disco Elysium. So, you know, it was this. I mean, I was interested in playing this game anyways, because I've never played an Ace Attorney. Specifically designed in a lab to give you cringe. So much secondhand embarrassment is happening. Is cringe and secondhand embarrassment the same thing? Maybe. Is secondhand embarrassment a remnant of Chuni disease? Because it's second. Do you think it has something to do with each other? During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Banned. I'm brave. I'm brave for saying it. Yes, the petty thief's statement is clearly flawed. Lord Van Zykes. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. God. Don't break out into evil laugh or I will die. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths and nothing more. Her hat on her face. How could the victim possibly not have boarded up? Watermelon, 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 rutabaga, rutabaga, watermelon, rutabaga, rutabaga, watermelon, watermelon. Oh no, Granny. Hey, oops. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. Nope. Nope, it's not happening. It's not happening, and we all have to be fine with it. I just can't. And I'm not gonna try. That's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty again. Oh my god, it's another glass. What happened to the other? Okay. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing. My Nipponese friend. I'm gonna... To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Smash off screen. There's just a travesty of broken glass and wine by his feet. Very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? Oh my god. This is carnage. It's I hate this knife thing. Jury number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone Mr. Guild's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Oh. The witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency to her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand, and yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. My thought is that he had to have been there already. My wild thought, no, because he couldn't have been there already. Oh my god. Did he come through the skylight? Did he climb in through the skylight and he was going to try to kill McGilded? There's another entrance, it's the skylight. I can't wait to lose my star to this stupidity. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered through the enclosed cabin some other way. He went in through the skylight. I wondered what new fantasy you'd come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, and the other side only has windows. But listen up, Van Zykes. Last time I went in here, I was told to look up, and he's clearly not looking up. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there's no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Yes, the one other way inside isn't the door. He is allowed to take credit for this. Another opening, the use of which you're allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. It's the first rule of adventuring, and I'm ashamed that I forgot it. But that's when you go into a room, you look up. And when you look up, there's the skylight. He has to have gone through the skylight. This is very silly. I hope it's not wrong. The defense will identify the location for the court. Yep. Where did it occur? Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin? It's on the skylight. To the skylight. It's the skylight.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It could have only... Yes, it is the skylight. Oh my god, it's the real answer. That's the real answer. I also want you to know he pointed just as dramatically at the screen. I appreciate it. That's great. I mean, he can take 100% credit for it. I only thought about it because I was told to look up. Because it's the only other way in. The skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me at a loss for words. However... Oh, we're objecting objections. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. Oh, okay, we're going back and forth now. So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brain theory? I don't think so. But it's the only way. It's the only way it works. Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of a victim falling from his seat having been assailed with a dagger. Yes, it has, but... would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Oh my god, was he there to kill McGilded and he just stumbled and fell on his own little dagger? Is that what this is? Is that how Thrice Bride Mason died? Because I can't think of any other way. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell onto it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true. Oh, Ryunosuke, no. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Nicole did call it. Oh god, did he fall on his own murder knife? Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? I think you might be right though, Coley. I think he fell on his own murder weapon. Mr. McGilded. Or something else wild has happened. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But, it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. He did it before they showed up, maybe. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. Unable. I think perhaps the two fellows do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. I will say that, oh my god, I lost the thought. I lost it. It's gone from my mind. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Watermelon, watermelon, rutabaga, 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 watermelon, watermelon, rutabaga. Oh, but, in Fairplay's previous testimony, he said he could see clearly through the skylight, that it wasn't frosted over, and it should have been frosted over because of the weather. And I did think that was kind of odd, but I mean, nothing came of it, so I just was like, well, maybe they just mentioned it because... You mean the one stuck the knife in the man where... Oh, he's accusing First and Fairplay of killing Mason. Naruhodo actually has to convince the jury that it's suicide. He might, because I don't think these two did it. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter. What are you insinuating? What is he doing? Is he like jogging in place? What is that? It's okay. Or is that like a Popeyes battle stance? This is flaming outrage. I've got a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. He's just a little wingman. He's not a hatter, he's a murderer. Yes, it is very much like Donald Duck, you're right. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker, who definitely embezzled from his own bank to bet on the horses. And me, a very angry hatter who knows hats. Who definitely knows hats and makes hats well. He doesn't. He's so bad at hats. How is he a hatter? Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, I chew on my metal cane. Makes Suzu very mad. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too about you, you rotten scoundrel. He's right there. He really just is Donald Ducking fight stance. He does have pants though, so that's good. Booth boxing style. He was chewing because nervous and cocaine. He's got a little compartment at the top of his cane that has some cocaine in it. Because it's a coke cane. Get it? Back to this. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Sykes. But I don't know if it was a good one, but it sure was one. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. The reason that it's so jarring is that, like, Suzato, Ryunosuke, Kazuma, Mikotoba, they've all referred to themselves as, like, the Japanese Empire. The Japanese. So it's wild. Maybe it's supposed to read as aged or uneducated, that Van Zykes is still calling them, like, Nipponese. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know it was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that at the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Oh, we got real chanting. The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First. You'll take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Here we go. Refuting the accusation. We were the only two people on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear that. If anything happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Where is our proof? I must say that listening to the testimony is somewhat hard to imagine. How either of the witnesses could have performed any malevolent act on the open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Here we go. So many hats. I need to make myself a top hat. I don't know if our next trial is going to be in London, though. We were the only two people on the roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one another would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We have no reason to kill the man. Do you know anything about the victim? So you'd never met Thrice Fried Mason before? Oh, Lumi, no. Not once, never. We're gonna look, keeping an eye out. He'd never met the man before, he said, never. We're still looking, okay? And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us... Oh, okay, I don't have to look around as much as I thought I did. Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
What do you have to say, McGilden? Yes, counsel, what can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been so long, it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not, your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me, it's extortion. Much like embezzlement. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another? And young Mr. First. I hate that his hat keeps falling off. You do be making hats for a living, do you not? And that there top hat sliding about your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still an apprentice. Oh, because Mason's hat was like weird and bad too. So maybe that's the connection. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it's his very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They have a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice Fried Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for my lord. Yes, he has a weird hat. Can't help thinking the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar. Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir, absolutely not. Well, then there's really nothing more to add. I wouldn't be right for me to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Oh, Ryunosuke would make a great DM. He's good at flying by the seat of his pants and jumping. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Perhaps he would be good at improvising as a D&D game master. He isn't a hatter. Oh my god. He's a hatter in training. He's still learning how to make the hats. It's okay, Dilly. He's an amateur. Maybe one day his hats will be okay. Probably not. I don't think he ever will be a hatter. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings. Oh my god. The achievement you get for that is called Hat Hunter. Oh my goodness. Okay. The skylight was shut the entire time. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Well, we have to press that because it's about the skylight. You're quite certain about that the skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. He's such a little hype man. Little hype man, wingman, yes man, one of those. Take a look for yourself, go on. You see, it's shut fast now like it was that night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it still and all. What? Just looking at the size of that thing, you understand. Now hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? Thank you, Ryunosuke. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. Don't admit this, lady first. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I mean to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. Christ. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. I hate this. I hate this statement. Everyone was looking daggers at me. I went as red as a rogue, I did. Or rouge. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh no, sir, the point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame. When I was inside the cabin of shame. Oh boy.
Excuse me.
I'm so glad that there's a notification. Did you say something about that, Miss Lestrade? Maybe it can only be opened from the outside. Miss Lestrade. It opens. Skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? No, not again. No, please. She takes so long to wind up the smoke grenade. All of the skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie. Otherwise, when I... You can't do it from inside, you mug. You are correct, Dilly. What an he is truly an embarrassment, both as a human being, and as a hatter. Just, oh my god. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyways, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last book's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was use the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. Yep, the catch for them skylights on top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Climb on top of the roof. I'm verified. Can you imagine? Why, Gina? Yes, it does open. Oh, my hat. See? Why did I go over to... When they have a reaction, there's a little exclamation point. So, I saw that and I clicked that. Or if you're asking why is Gina admitting all of her crimes? Because everyone does. We're at like 5 counts of crime just in this trial. So it appears that the street girl statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. What do you mean you don't believe it, Ryunosuke? We just argued for it. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where is your proof? Well, let's... It wants us to look at the omnibus again. Okay. So we'll go inside. We're gonna look up. We're gonna see if there's anything. We're looking. So the catch for the skylight's on the top side. Yes, but it's not fastened at the moment, so we can slide it open from here. Oh. Oh. Well, that's, there we go. When you don't believe in your... Ryunosuke has just a terrible track record. He doesn't believe in himself ever. Yes, it does open very wide. Wide enough to kick someone like you through it, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah. Just there. There's the blood stain. Why would there be a blood stain? It has to be related to the case. Yes. The evidence has been updated. Here is our proof. Present! Not like she's thought. Susanoo has thought about hurting Ryunosuke many times. In the last trial, when I was grieving, when the death of Kazuma was fresh, Susanoo flipped Ryunosuke, I believe, a total of 3 times. The quote-unquote Susanoo takedown. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Was it 5 times? Even more times was Ryunosuke flipped over by the Susanoo takedown. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You'll point out what is that proves the victim fell. Yep. Got it. Don't worry, I just did this. There we go. Got it! What a weird voice clip. By Jupiter. Blood? Ah. This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Need more cocaine. He has to have run out by now. Surely. Hold it. Oh, the witnesses can hold it. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cat. No, it couldn't have. Fair play. Can you blame Ryunosuke for having imposter syndrome? He's literally unqualified as a person can be for a man's defense lawyer, and two, he spent all of his time next to Kazuma, who was perfect. That's true. That is true. I don't blame Ryunosuke for having imposter syndrome, but still. There's no more Kazuma to live in the shadow of. Sheds a single tear. The cane is packed with cocaine from bottom to top, I guess. And only found its way to one particular spot in the skylight? Sure, that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the giant really fell through the skylight, I mean? Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. The aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. But it can't be. It's all lies! My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can. It's clear to me where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they ought to pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Rutabaga, rutabaga. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us the delightful part couldn't have done such a thing. I don't know, Granny. On 3 then. 3?
Objection!
Ah. Yeah, this can't be the end of the court case. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh? And what would you be referring to here now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. He even has like a little scar across his face. I didn't notice that. This man has severe Chunbyo disease. For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. Oh, we're gonna... What are you talking about? It's there for all to see and it's clearly blood. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. I'ma wait for the last second. As always, the officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. Oh, this is more like the evidence has been tampered with again. Because this keeps happening. you suggesting that the stain of blood was fabricated? Yes. And while this court has been in session. Oh, poor Ryunosuke. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. Then where did it come from? Well, it could have been when the smoke screen happened, when all of the items were taken out of the cubbyhole. Could have just smeared some blood up there. It just, you know, everybody's spare packet of blood that everyone has. You're right. A lot of things could have happened during that time. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. No DNA testing. Yeah, there's no DNA testing either. I don't know where they would have gotten it, but it's possible. I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. It's wine. Oh, it could be pig's blood. You're right. You're right. It's wine. It's his wine. You're very adept when it comes to avoid getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved with is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Up, we're on... Oh, so much wine. This is like his 4th or 5th cup of wine during this trial. This man... He has to... I don't know. I feel like he'd be intoxicated at this point. When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. Although I guess he hasn't really drank a lot of the wine, he has thrown it away. I think I've only seen him drink twice. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zieks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood of the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing the world and his wife? Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised this dude isn't sloshed yet. I'm surprised this dude isn't sloshed yet. Yeah, I think it's... Maybe it... Here's the secret. It's just sparkling juice, it's not wine. He put it in the wine bottle to be cool because he has the big Chunbyo disease. That's why he transcribes all the police reports onto the scrolls. He also just rebottles his juice into the wine glasses. Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view. It hasn't, though. The smokescreen, Ryunosuke, my learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. This guy is paying people all over the place to do things. It is 100% possible. It doesn't help the case. But like, you know, Ace Attorney isn't fully about that, I feel like. It's more about finding the truth. You're a truth seeker. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. Don't start calling him your learned friend, Ryunosuke. In terms of having the opportunity to carry out alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Ryunosuke must miss Kazuma. Explain yourself, console. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. It's the imposter syndrome coming out again. Probably. Poor Ryunosuke. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang. Yep. This was why it happened. It wasn't just a silly, funny haha. It was a diversion. A diversion most foul, of bad intent. The courtroom was filled with smoke. Everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, the 360-point turn. I'm so proud of Ryunosuke. It could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Ah, Rutabaga. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies? Well, I mean, we've gone over this. It's the cubbyhole. Yeah, the storage compartment. Got all of its stuff taken out. Used to have things in it, doesn't have things in it anymore. And the blood stain on frame. Not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Pantiques, no one is able to corroborate your claims. It's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. But I mean, I looked at the omnibus and I saw that there was stuff inside of it. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Well, I mean, we saw it. I mean, can we corroborate? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Oh. What is another thing that McGilded pointed out that he used to make his arguments? I can't say I have no idea because this is one of those everything hangs in the balance. I think There was another thing that I noticed that I didn't say out loud, which I know it doesn't count. But I feel like I remember when I looked in the cabin, I didn't see any blood on the floor. I only saw blood on the seat. So I think it might be the blood on the floor. You know, somebody just got in there, spilled some blood around, wiped it up on the frame, took everything out of the cubbyhole. I think that's possible. What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, little Mac, you better start watching your back. Silence, McGilden. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. Yeah, what am I supposed to believe here? Ryunosuke does have it rough. This is like the trial that proves himself as like an English lawyer, and it's this. I shall have to ask you to elaborate. I think... Because I don't think that was there. I don't think the blood was there. Because I remember looking down here and then seeing the handle. And I don't remember it. So I think it's this.
Got it.
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Yes, I do believe you're correct. Well said. Although, as an advocate for defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Naruhodo is just too honest for his own good. Too honest to be a lawyer. The psychic damage emanating from this courtroom. The trial is over. Mr. McGilden? McGilden proceeds to wring our skinny neck in front of the judge, adds second murder charge. Yeah, I mean, what has he got to lose now? I've done everything possible to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis all over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. There's 5 other trials after this? Oh my god, this is a long game. This is a long game. Oh, you're saying there's 5 more trials stemming from this one because they all admitted to different crimes. I understand. I got it. But yeah, I think you're right. Embezzlement, theft, tampering with evidence, theft. Yeah, it's like 5. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Sykes. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say that would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Sykes, what is your position? Honestly, if something like this were to happen, they would just throw the entire omnibus out, I think. Bribery. Oh yeah, bribery. So it's more like 6 about. If Dracula could tell us the one bloodstain wasn't there, why didn't he mention the other one? I think what's happening with Dracula is that he's waiting to see if Ryunosuke is like is honorable or will admit to things before he ultimately will reveal them himself, is what I think is happening. The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. Oh, is the trial really gonna end like this? 'Cause this is a bad ending. This is like a really bad ending. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilda will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? How did Mason die? Like, I thought it was funny, haha, he went through the skylight, and then we would, like, figure it out how he like did it in a complicated way, but it's alright. This is just how it goes. Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes. I don't know. He could be guilty. But I mean, there's so much, there's like so many things happening in this court that it's just, I think he's guilty and is plotting against the others. Yes, Dracula's all about teaching us lessons. He's a teacher. I think he's guilty and is plotting against others. That's just me. No, I think you're right. I think he's just, something bad is happening here. Something very bad is happening here, and I don't know what it is. Because there's so many moving pieces, and none of them really make sense. Like, we never even went over the knife and who it really belonged to. The omnibus has been tampered with. If McGilda goes to jail, all of his debts become null and void, so he loses everything. So he has every reason to try to wiggle his way out. I mean, he could be guilty. I mean, the defendant could be guilty. Yeah. No, we're lawful good here. At least in Ace Attorney, we're lawful good. In any other game, don't ask because we're usually chaotic neutral. But this game, we're lawful good. We're gonna go to the letter. Yeah, you're right, Dilly. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilda. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me. Maybe I wasn't supposed to say that. This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Jury, I wanted dinner. They've been here for a long time. Oh, he's doing the villain laugh. Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was, a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Gives another count of bribery in the court. He's nuts. He's got secondhand cocaine. He's got a cocaine somewhere. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I have to work on my villain cackle. I don't really have one. I really don't know what to make of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine or was it fake? Yeah, I know. Hey, you and your rubbish. Stinking rich are always guilty of something. Mark my word, you right, you're number 3. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. He's getting away with it, I'm afraid, Dilly. Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, Jury 3 would eat. Yes, he would. I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. This Willy Wonka leprechaun is guilty of something. I thank you kindly, my lord. I just don't know if he really killed Mason or if it's something else. I mean, it's definitely something else for sure. But if he actually killed Mason, I don't know. Because, I mean, Ms. Lestrade's statements could all be falsified. Because, I mean, anyone associated with him could just commit perjury for the right amount of money, or because they owe him, or because they're afraid of him. So, it's just, this feels bad. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain on the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. Oh, Ryunosuke, we have no idea about the truth. We're truth seekers. Well, Ryunosuke, it just doesn't work that way. Is this trial just supposed to show, like, hey, sometimes your trials can go right, but you're not gonna feel good about them? My lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. Tip tip hooray. It doesn't feel like a moment. It doesn't feel like a celebration moment. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait, oh, Ryunosuke. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. Zykes. Zeeks or Zykes. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's unfair. We know, Ryunosuke. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Yeah, suck it, Dracula. Coley. This is a... I suck it because he's a vampire. Get it? But, I don't know if this is the right time to be like, haha, nerd, pushes into a locker. That's right, you couldn't prove he was guilty, haha. And I proved he was not guilty, and he's probably super guilty, but that doesn't matter, because this is the court of law. If he licks the blood, can he say if it's the victim? No, don't lick blood. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Ooh, this feels bad. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you got more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Someone is gonna beat him up in an alleyway and leave him for jury 3 to jury 3 to eat. Oh my god, if only. I have a feeling we'll see Magnus again, maybe? Also, notes for myself. I'm gonna make an arm that does that for a live 2D model. That covers face and then opens to show eye. I want that. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. This doesn't feel like a good not guilty. There's fireworks in the courtroom. Okay, alright, sure. The JoJo pose is really good. Rutabaga, watermelon, rutabaga. Watermelon, rutabaga. I think that's what people say when they're in crowds, right? To make it look like they're talking. If not, I'm just saying random nonsense. Don't pay attention to me. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I should have said it maybe the first time. The Old Bailey. That certainly was a long trial. Yes it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. But at what cost, Susato? At what cost? My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Guess who it is? Mr. McGilded. And that girl's with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. What stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I can't believe that's just a true thing that happens in their universe and it's something they acknowledge. Pulls out measuring tape. Please stay 10 feet away from me, sir. I'm sure you must have seen them by now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Ooh, how is anyone supposed to trust this man when he laughs like a villain? Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of here there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong, haha. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Uh-oh. The claps are really wide. Like, he is just super villain gesturing everywhere, and everybody's just like, I guess he's not guilty, haha. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded. Your name has been cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. They've all seen that I didn't do the odious and absolute deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. This JoJo pose. They'll see for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. At least he pays taxes. That's what I'm taking away from this. It's not that funny. It's all... This man has so many counts of bribery. But apparently it's fine. So then. As we agreed, aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh no, I could not possibly accept that much. Arrah, be whist, you're a humble people, are ye? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still in all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. To the courtroom? Why is he going back into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient. There are some changes to the schedule. Oh, is he being tried for bribery now? Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. So, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. Oh, you really thought it was guinea pigs. So many pests. No, 1 guinea is basically like 1 gold. Which I don't really know how it equates, like 1 guinea to 1 USD, but you can be assured that it's a lot, because 20 guineas is about $2,000 in modern USD. So I suppose it's about 100. About 100 regular dollars equals 1 guinea. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. Unless I've done my simple math wrong, which I might have, and have done in the past. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Him trying to look double innocent. Yes. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying there in Great Britain. We're definitely seeing him again. There he goes, a free man. I forgot she was here too. Oh, please no, please no, please no, please no. Oh my god, she takes so long to load it. Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. Okay? Oh, there you are. Is it? Oh, righty then. I didn't know we were in steampunk land. I. This is so anime. Like, Ace Attorney hasn't been super anime, but we got pink hair steampunk with her hair in a bow. This is so jarring. Hold on. 20 guineas and $18.90 is like 2K US. Yes. We gotta remember our roots. Naughty running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha. Oh boy. Oh, did you want to play? You won't beat me. Oh no. Oh no. Please no guns in the courtroom. Excuse me, but who are you? Is this Watson? You did see Herlock Sholmes. I did see Herlock Sholmes with my own eyes. My own fox eyes. I did see that. But I didn't expect, like, the full the full steampunk girl anime. Full anime steampunk girl. Those 3 words in that order. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor. Well, normally smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, could it at least be a pretty color? I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke at all? I just took my eyes off of it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted with a telegraphic beacon. A telly what? I have no idea. Anyways, you're coming with me now, back to the laboratory. What? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before? An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me, or I'll shoot you. It's just... Oh my god. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end, with this bazooka pointed directly at your face. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by the massive gun. It's not even a bazooka, it's just a gun. It's just a gun. Little girl packing some... yeah, packing some serious heat. What else does she have? It's a huge gun. She must have other stuff on her too. Well, I'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm sorry for all the fuss. We still don't know her name. We're gonna grab the mail. Be safe grabbing the mail. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All of our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend the day in search of the lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park that we could spend the night at. Oh boy, gonna go sleep in McGilded Park, guys. I know it may be a little chilly this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. Oh, Susato, no, I don't want to sleep in the snow and the cold. I'm not sure about that. I think a midwinter London night might freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. Gilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or a mansion. This amount of steampunk should not have been a surprise. I suppose it shouldn't have been a surprise, but... and yet still. The trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, oh, so he does show up again, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had wanted. The case was far from over. So it is gonna be, like, this is just gonna be an overarching story, I guess. I didn't know Ace Attorney had those. Oh.
Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick!
Ah.
How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
This is why he wanted to be present.
Here before we started investigating.
Oh. Oh no. Somebody's inside?
No. Oh, good God.
Who's...
someone in there.
Who's in... Who? Who would McGilded want to kill? Would it be like... maybe it's First? Or... oh, there's yep, there's Dracula. He's even got an ex-anime scar. That's wild. Who did he kill? Could it be Fairplay or First? Or... oh my god, who did... someone's inside and he set it on fire. Yeah. So I guess McGilded wanted to go inspect the omnibus, quote unquote, so he could set it on fire and trap someone inside. I have no idea who it'd be. Because Gina's safe, but not the other witnesses. Overwrite. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Oh, and I see Shlomes as the outline there. Okay. Herlock Shlomes coming back, making a comeback here. We're gonna watch the beginning. Yes. I guess we're not gonna go over the trolley. I hope we do at some point,
I begin
though.
to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
Huh.
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps. a most
Another knife
extraordinary
murder.
Scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Ooh. It's another knife murder. Well, like another person who's been stabbed, so I wonder if it's... I don't think they do McGilded again so soon. Or, well, bring him up again so soon. So I wonder what's going on with that. Or if it's even related, because it might not be. Did you sleep last night, Miss... Oh, no, not at all. Where were they? It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. Naruhodo convinced the jury this one was also suicide. Oh god. Poor Naruhodo. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Burya, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except... when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Ooh, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance was so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. Oh, I was wondering how they managed to afford that. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Oh, I'm sorry. Naruhodo. This is more than just being sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Well, good morning to you in this early hour. It's me, the Chief Justice, who's obsessed with time but is late to everything. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Suzato-san is amazing. She doesn't even bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. I don't like it when he turns towards me. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into the British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test pass. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Where are the birds coming from? Do they just keep them there? My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already. Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Do I? It's so aggressive. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What were you hoping for? We're gonna flash back to what just happened. Where he gave the non-guilty that nobody really felt good about. Maybe I should have saved this for another stream, so there would be like a flashback thing to sum everything up. But I really wanted to watch the beginning thingy, which may not have been wise, honestly. Then he does his evil laugh. Yep, not guilty. Even though he definitely for sure 100% is. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGill really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And when the trial ended, well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away? Oh, okay. Okay, alright, okay. So he was the one in the carriage? Immediately following the trial. No, what? Mr. McGilded is dead? The birds. Really? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Well, let's find this out. What happened? I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial conducted yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded was accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. Oh. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. So McGilded was the one trapped in the carriage. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, McGilded did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. He did. Well, I must be making tracks now. Time for the inspection, yep. I really thought he was the one who set it on fire and killed like one of the other witnesses, but I guess not. I guess he's the murderee this time. Inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge, I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who is Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilded. Yeah, that's a bad way to die. It's like a really oof. I wonder if he was he meeting someone and then he got pushed inside and it was locked, or I don't know. Very wild, very wild. But I think I'm going to end stream here. I did think I was gonna work on live 2D model a little bit, but it's already been 4 hours because Ace Attorney takes a while. So thank you all for coming, for helping me get Mr. McGilded to be not guilty. Sort of, maybe we shouldn't have, but we did. Here's my schedule for the rest of the week. I believe next time I'm streaming is Wednesday at 6 p.m. PST, where I will probably be finishing Inscription. Unless I mess it up real bad. I might mess it up real bad. Who is to say? I did lose to Leshy like 8 times before I managed. So, thank you all for coming. Take care tonight and have a good dinner if you haven't already. Goodbye.